Hello, welcome to Monday Sprints. It is 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. These sprints are for the Get a Clue Readathon, which is a month-long readathon hosted by Rainy Blue Reads here, our creator, our queen. She's joining us tonight. For those of you who aren't sure what Get a Clue Readathon is, the announcement video should be linked below. If it's not, I'll make sure to do that during some type of sprint, just in case you're interested. And depending on how you feel about joining this late, you can always join.
Yes, come on in.
Like, depending, if you got confidence, get through some of those short books, then you can catch up with us. But also, if you aren't part of participating in Get a Clue Readathon, that's okay. You can still participate in these reading sprints with us, still participate in the conversation, still follow all of the lovely people who should be in the description. Should be all the hosts, including Rainy. But again, I'll double check that during the first sprint to make sure I'm not sending you all astray. What is everybody reading? What are you doing tonight? Rainy, let us know what book are you currently reading and where are you in the game board, or at least in regards to which number room.
I am in room 3, friends. Your readathon host is in room 3. I think that's fine. It is what it is. I only have like 100 pages left of Bewitched, so that is the goal, is to finish this today, which I am loving it. It's just been whirlwind, but I'm off all next week for Thanksgiving break because the schools are out, so I'm going to get caught up. We are going to have a redemption arc, okay?
Yes.
It's gonna be fine.
All right, perfect. I'm glad you're really enjoying that one, because oh my gosh, there was a time when everything you picked up was like turning to just terrible.
It was turning to trash, and it was very sad. So no, I am enjoying this. But yeah, I need to get to my next books, and I need to be scared because I have to read the cabin one. So there you go.
Okay, you can do it. I believe in you. So I happen to be in room 5. So I'm chugging along, but I've only read maybe a page or two. So I need to get reading so that I can kind of stay on track. And the book I chose for my room 5 is Death and the Sisters. This is by Heather Redmond. It's a Mary Shelley mystery, which is interesting. Yeah, I suppose it probably could be categorized as like cozy historical mystery, but I'm really excited about it. I think it'll be interesting. And I have the audiobook, so I'll be immersive reading. This is an arc that I was given a long time ago, and then it came out this fall and I didn't read it. So now I'm catching up and it's fine. Per usual, nobody look at my NetGalley either. It's the same kind of story, but it's fine. Let's see what. Oh, and also before I get into the comments, I'm going to try and be a bit of I think the voice of reason for all of us, and I'm going to try and stick us to a very strict 15 minutes chat and then a sprint and then 15 minutes chat. And so I'm going to do my best to get through all the comments, but if I don't, what I'll do is then just pick them up, the new comments later on. And then if you said something that you really want highlighted, just comment it again at the beginning of the next sprint, and then I can get to it at the top. Because Rainy and I need to get some reading done. Rainy needs to catch up.
I do need to catch up.
All right. Hello, Chris. Hello, everybody. Hi, Purple Dragonfly. See some Team Plum in the chat already. Hi, Beatrice. Afraid I couldn't make it today, but luckily my class ended earlier, so I think I will be able to at least participate in one sprint. Sounds good, Beatrice. I know that you're also in Portugal, so like the timing's completely different. Drew's here. So is ML. We also have Ro. Oh my goodness, so many beautiful faces that I recognize. Hello, Alicia. See, we've got Green Team. We also have Plum with Tina. Lovely. Hello, Chelsea, reading Zodiac Academy number 3 for room 5 for Professor Plum. Woohoo! I love to see that. I think also
series.
Is that a host favorite as well? Zodiac Academy?
One of them is, yeah. Well, I mean, all of them are, but
because they attached to the series. But okay, very exciting. Those are some bonus points then. Want to read Bewitched?
It's good. I think you'd like it. It's a good time. Is it the best fantasy romance I've ever read? No, but is it a good time? Yes.
Is it a standalone too, or is it a series?
It's the start of a series. Yeah.
All right. At least, again, good that you're enjoying it, because then you can continue on with the series and you're not like, well, never reading any of those books again.
Yeah.
ML finished with teaching and meetings for the day. Oh, lovely. Me too. So I just have to continue to grade. Yeah, not so fun. It never ends. It's like every time you assign something new, you're like, I'm also punishing myself because I have to grade everything, but it's fine. When I'm reading The Bewitching Hour, a Buffy spin-off novel. It's a Tara prequel. You know what? I saw that you were commenting on this in a different sprint somewhere else, and I was like, maybe I should like comment and be excited for you. And then I decided to stay in the background. But I'm very intrigued by this because, as you know, I am in love with In Every Generation, that spin-off kind of retelling series. And so I'm currently a Buffy stan at the moment. I'm crazy.
I've
Uh,
never watched a single episode of Buffy. Is that bad? That's
you know
bad.
what though? I started off as a youngin, probably too young when it was doing
Yeah.
reruns. I was watching Angel like in the mornings as I was like having my Captain Crunch. I don't know why my parents weren't watching me and what I was watching, but I was watching that, and so that's my experience. And then I started reading these Buffy retellings, and then because I was chatting with ML about it, I this summer I started watching Buffy, and I think it still holds. It's obviously still kind of corny and a certain kind of nostalgic feel, but I really enjoyed it. I thought it was
I
really
do
fun.
want to watch it. Also, I just looked it up. It's by the same woman that wrote The 7-Year Slip.
Oh,
I
I
didn't know
didn't
that.
realize that. Huh, that's actually interesting. That's good to know. I need to get moving on my room 5 book. Life was interfering. Listen, same. I mean, if it makes you feel better, again, our leader, our puppet master, is on room 3,
I'm
and
going to be back in business soon, friends. I have
yes,
all next week off. I'm on Thanksgiving break. So I'm gonna
that's a promise. That's a threat. Everybody, get ready. Yeah, and so don't worry. I think all of us are still we're also midway, so maybe we're a bit slow to the get
yeah.
go, getting used to it. It's a marathon. Remember, it's not really a sprint, even though we're doing reading sprints right now. Hello, Camilla. How are you? Hope you're doing well. I just ended my sprints like a half an hour ago, and I'm gonna be on someone else's 2 hours. So I'm going to do a lot of relaxing, laying down. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, chill out before you because it's a lot of social draining to be like on screen. I'm so excited for Saltburn. It's a 2023 Black comedy psychological thriller written, directed, and produced by Emerald Fennell. The film stars Barry Cohen. I know that person, Jacob Elordi. He's in like everything nowadays. Rosamund Pike,
I know who that is.
Richard E. Grant. Cool. And then the movie has Oscar buzz and potential. Rosamund Pike deserves that Oscar. She was nominated for Gone Girl. Okay.
I
Oh,
I loved that movie. That's
mhm.
like the one and only. I don't think me and my husband have gone to any movie since Gone Girl together, because that
Mm.
was like one of the first movies we went to, either dating or married. And I made him go to it, and he hated it so much he said, "I'm never going to a movie with you ever."
Oh my gosh, that's that is some strong words. That is so funny. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely that's a very specific type of movie for sure, and
And
book.
I loved it, but I loved the book. So
Hmm. And you know what? I will say that I think I liked Sharp Objects as her best book, which I know some
I feel
people
like,
don't really.
no, I did like that one. Honestly, I need to reread them all because it's been a while.
Sorry, there was a loud truck going by, and I was like, I'm just going to mute myself and awkwardly be in silence for a few seconds. Hi, Brittany. Going to read Saving Baracco.
Nice.
Cool. Yeah, I know that Brittany's on other people's sprints too, so she's going to be sprint hopping. I am still reading Iron Flame for room 4 for Team Plum. Very
I'm
nice.
very excited because I know that that'll work for a prompt for me coming up, but I'm also like, Rainy, when are you gonna read this 650-page book? I could over Thanksgiving break, ideally. That's probably what I
Mhm.
should do. But then I also was like, I wanted to annotate it, but then I didn't annotate Fourth Wing. So then I'm like, oh, do I
Mhm.
read Fourth Wing and then annotate this? Or I'm like, I don't know.
I know, especially because it is so thick. Like that is a big one. And so I'm so impressed that a lot of people are like going for the huge tomes like throughout this like entire reading process, because I have not. I think the biggest book I've chosen has been like almost 400 pages, and I'm like, good job, Leandra. And
This,
I'm
was
yeah.
this is my biggest book so far, and it's 450.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Iron Flame will be your biggest if you
I
switch to
know.
that one. Currently reading Blood Debts on page 220. I think ML was
I
recently
do want to
reading.
read that.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say I've seen that a lot. Hello, Court. I'm reading Home Field Advantage for Team
Ooh.
Scarlet. Ooh. maybe a bit of a sports romance, it sounds, or something. Or it could be a nonfiction. I'm not sure. Nonfiction about something. Hello, Jean. Listening to Girls of Paper and Fire, 15%. Yeah, lovely. My father is here as well. He is reading Appleseed by Matt Bell. I hope you're enjoying it, Dad. I know that that one's a thick one. That's a long one, but he was willing. He's like, give it to me and I'll read it. I'm like, okay. I'm going to be alternating between Endless Night by Agatha Christie and Two Can Keep a Secret by Karen McMinnis. So both very kind of like mystery thriller-esque. I haven't read Endless Night by Agatha Christie, but that's on my list.
Nice.
Go Team White. Yes, I think most of the teams or a lot of the team colors are being represented tonight. This one is way better than the Spike spinoff. I hope they keep doing more. Cool. Hello, welcome. I hope that again your plans and travels to back to Australia are going well. I know it's only been a few days, but I'm still thinking of you. Joining from London. Hi, Oz. Welcome. To get some late night reading done. Woohoo! Yeah, thanks for joining us. I think this might have been your first time joining on my channel, so I appreciate it. I'm reading Hot Ice by Nora Roberts and Nacho Average Murder by Maddie Day. Wow, that took me a second as I was reading it to know that I was reading a pun. I love the In Every Generation series. I'm a huge Buffy fan. Yeah, I honestly, it is.
Watch Buffy.
What'd you say?
Where can you watch Buffy?
I think I've been watching it on Hulu. If I'm sure about which subscription service I've been using.
I'm like, I want to start that journey. I know it's a long journey, but I probably will.
Yeah, no, it was really fun. And like the shows it goes by pretty quickly. And I kind of was doing other tasks as I was watching it.
Finish my Charmed rewatch right now.
Ah, I see you're on that journey. Yeah, which is also great. I'm a huge fan of Charmed as well. Rainy, that short is incredible.
Short. Oh, I think they meant shirt.
Oh, shirt. Yes. At first I was like, oh, maybe you have a YouTube short out, and I didn't know.
No, it's just Lily Pulitzer because Rainy's obsessed with Lily, and it's pretty.
Yes, no, it is. It's really pretty. I was telling Rainy that I love how she unintentionally coordinated with the sprints tonight, kind of matching the colors that I'm going for. Oh, and then yes, Luna did say shirt, and I was just like, I was on YouTube land apparently. I'm the resident Buffy stan, always trying to recruit people to my ways. Yes, I totally support that. Someone in Team Plum also mentioned another Buffy retelling that they actually preferred, and I can't remember what that was called, but they said that it actually is superior to Every Generation, which I am very excited for because I loved In Every Generation. So if there's something that's supposedly better, I have to read it. Only 200 pages on Babbel, and what a turn of events. I was not expecting half of it. Yeah, I think there's more to come too. I think that there's like a huge like change in like the last third of the book from what I've heard from people. So be on the lookout. Sharp objects made me so anxious in the best way, like the way thrillers can really unnerve you. Yeah, and I like that there was like children. I know it sounds really weird, but like any thrillers that involve children and kind of the domestic area, like it just is very chilling. Court also found it fantastic. Yeah, I really like that one. Reading The Good Samaritan by John Mars. Impatiently waiting for the protagonist to enter the story. Jeez, I have no idea.
Read any of the other John Mars books except for the one. Was that the one? Mm-hmm. Because I've heard he just likes to ruin his own books in like his other books. Like one of my friends read some books of his and he ruined like 3 of his own books, and I'm just like, why? Why would you do that?
Yeah, especially if it's different if it's a series and you're like, hey, I told you there's an order, you should be reading them in this order. But if you're just going in blind, then it's like, wait, why are you doing that? That's weird. I'm an Oscar race junkie. I listen to multiple podcasts and I'm on the subreddit. I love that many queer men are the podcast hosts. Yeah, that is really cool. I have to admit, when it comes to awards, season, I'm always like, I don't know. Good luck, everybody. Yep. Yeah. Like I'm like, you all do your best.
I only care about the music ones.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Home Field Advantage is a sapphic sports romance. Cool. I did read that. You have an amazing memory, Leandra. Haha, I knew it. About blood debts and make me feel special. Oh my gosh, no, seriously. I try my best to keep in mind what people are reading, what they have read. So I'm proud of myself for that one. Rainy, Charmed is influenced by the framing devices and narrative styles of Buffy. Almost all contemporary supernatural TV shows are. So, interesting. So Buffy is mother, according to
I
this.
get it, ML. I'm gonna watch it.
Yes, it was like ML's like, listen, Rainy,
I'm
you
gonna
gotta
have
watch
to
it.
use ML and be like, I'm watching Buffy.
Oh my God, even more can't wait. Yeah, again, I haven't read Babel, but Beatrice, I think you're in for quite a ride.
Thank
Hello,
you.
Jill. Finished the most recent room book today. Good job. And have to pick a bonus book to, yeah. Oh my gosh. Good luck with bonus book. Neither of us are on that train yet, but
Or
maybe one
two,
day.
like a bonus book or two.
Yeah, I was even more. I'm honestly, I'm just like one bonus book. I'm so proud of myself. But yeah, some of you are like 2, 3 bonus books. Like so impressed. Love Charmed. Yes, same. Hello, Amal. Welcome. If they were the Kirsten White ones, a Buffyverse duology, I strongly disagree. Those were not great to me. Fine, but not great. I heard that I can't remember what they said, but I know that they said that there was like a strong, like black lead or something like that. So I might have to go through Discord and see if I can find that specific name, and I'll let you know, ML. Hello, Christina. Hope everyone is well. Reading Firekeeper's Daughter. Oh, cool. That one, I haven't read that one, but I want to. It looks really
I
good.
own that.
Mm-hmm. I own it. Yep.
I own it.
On my shelf. Reading Rule of Wolves by Lee Berdugo. Nice. Listening to Arena 1, 52% in. Great. Yes, about. Then those aren't the Kirsten White ones. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to. I'll let you know. I'm gonna look up while I'm in sprints and see if I can find that comment in the Plum Discord area, and I'll let you know. But okay, so we're at the end of the comments, and I'm going to set us up for a sprint. Let's see if I can choose the right screen. There we are. Very nice. Are you thinking 45 minutes or did you want to do 60, Rainy? I'll let you decide.
Oh, I mean, either one's fine. Whatever works for you.
Okay. Then how about we'll do 60 minutes.
Okay.
Get us into a nice kind of long effort, and then we can feel proud of ourselves by the end of it. Okay. Perfect. I will see everybody in 60 minutes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. How did you do, Rainy, and how did everyone do in the comments?
I did great. Oh, hold on.
Oh,
Okay. You can sit on mommy. That's fine. Oh. I got to 91%. It says I have like 29 minutes left at the speed I'm listening. Yeah. Are you telling her all about it?
Eloise is like, no, the book's almost over. It's so sad.
Yeah, and I'm like really, really enjoying it. It's not a 5, but it'll probably be a 4.5.
Okay, awesome. Well, that's good. Yeah, I ended up getting 45 pages in. So I feel really accomplished already, which makes me feel good. The murders happened. They're already kind of starting to investigate. It's weird because it's like a young Mary Shelley before she's with Percy. And like, I don't know, they're kind of, I'm assuming it's going to be like there are a couple of sleuths like before they kind of get together. But it's also like being kind of a cozy historical mystery. Like the description of like the murder is very like overt as far as like where someone was stabbed in a very private area, and I was like, oh my god, this is, you wouldn't expect this for like from like a Kensington Press thing, but I'm into the intrigue. I'm into the kind of morbidity of it, so I'm into it. We had a few people join us. Hello, reading Josh and Hazel's Guide to Not Dating by Christina Lauren. That's an author I haven't read anything.
Oh, I've read Something Wilder, and I didn't love it. But I'm reading The Soulmate Equation right now, and I am liking that.
Yes, that's right. You are reading that, yeah. Because it's a prediction that it might be on the long list.
Well, not The Soulmate Equation, The True Love Experiment will. But I haven't read The Soulmate Equation, so I figured I should read that first.
Yeah, that makes sense. Kind of like the way Bree's reading Fourth Wing in anticipation of having to read
it's really unfortunate because a lot of these books are series, and like for example, I know that The Fine Print by Lauren Asher, the third book, is probably going to be on there, and I'm like, I haven't read either of those books.
I know. And it's like, it's great that it's really successful series, but yeah, to put like a third book or something in the series.
I honestly don't think that should be allowed.
Yeah. Yeah, especially because there's so many great standalones that don't get appreciated, or like debuts that would kind of work just as fine. So like, it's of course a third book in a series is going to have a huge following because there's a reason why there's a third book. So it's like, we get it. It's loved, but anywho, Vanessa joined us for a little bit, just finished streaming and came over to hang out with you for a little bit. Vanessa does streams, does live streams, does reading sprints and everything as well on her channel. So everyone go check her out if you haven't already. Thanks so much for hitting the like button, listening to Iron Flame while diamond painting. Nice. Awesome. 86%. Someone else in the comments is very close to you as well. I can't remember who else is around that time or around that. I also hear Krystal last night was saying, or the other night was saying, that once you hit 25 or 85%, like you should just read all the way to the end. Like don't let yourself get interrupted. So food for thought. Yeah, I own it too. Room 5 gave me a reason to read it. Loving it. It is by an Indigenous author from my state. I knew it was by an Indigenous author. That's the Firekeeper's Daughter. That book.
Yeah.
And it's a murder mystery. I didn't realize it was a murder mystery. Yeah.
Okay. What I guess my question was, is that like murder mystery? I read it myself, but I was like, what are we interpreting that as? Like a murder mystery book, or there's a murder that's a mystery in it? Like,
yeah, like it's a mystery book that happens to include murder, but is murder the main crime, or is it like the additional kind of?
Well, I mean, I think I meant more that it is like an actual book like that focuses on the murder. Because although there is a bunch of witches being murdered in this, and she's being blamed for it, the main character. So like,
I guess if it's like a question, if she's actively trying to solve, like figure out who's framing her or who's like, then I guess that could kind of be like a mystery.
She's trying to get herself unframed.
Oh, well.
I'm like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is tough though. Like I have The Intuitionist, one of my host favorites, and I was like, I'm pretty sure people die in that, but I know for a fact that the main mystery isn't a murder. So I'm like, if you read that, it can count as a mystery, but it can't really count as like a murder
No, I'm not counting
mystery.
this, but
Yeah. So it's just up to interpretation. But hello, Coda. Coda's working, but thanks for popping in so much. Hello, Cool Gamer. Jess also popped in. Jess is doing a lot of writing this month for NaNoWriMo and doing a lot of streams for that to like support writers and like trying to write together. So I love that. If I wasn't in like a reading kind of frenzy right now, I'd be joining because I really enjoy writing creatively too. Hello, it was a lovely hour of reading. Oh, I'm so glad, Beatrice. But I have to go now. It's like 11:20 p.m. Totally understandable. I am pretty tired. Hope you have a great rest of the sprints. Yeah, thanks, Beatrice. Enjoy the rest of Babel, too. 66% of home field advantage. Lovely. Hello, Jen. Just finished cleaning up for dinner, going to sit to read Firekeeper's Daughter. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Didn't Christina just say that she's reading that too? That's funny. I wonder if you're both on the same team. Did you support each other? Making progress in supper. Lovely. Christina Lauren is a very hit or miss for me. Okay, that's good to know. So if I ever try her and kind of am like meh, I'll know that I should give her a second chance. I didn't grade yet. That's okay. I showered and listened to my book instead. Oh, beautiful. You know, business can come after pleasure sometimes. I will grade in the next one, stating this so it becomes true. Yeah, it's like we'll hold you to it, ML. You could always lie to us, but we'll be expecting you to do some grading next time. Only got 17 pages read. That's totally fine. My fur babies being needy. Oh, understandable. That happens. 60% into my extra book for room 5. Great. It's Egg Dancing by Liz Jensen. That's an interesting title. Saying hello in the comments. Hello, Chrissy. Just finishing off prompt 5. An
I'll finish in prompt 5, and I'm almost done with prompt 3.
I know. We're all like making Rainy look bad.
If Coda's still here, I'm coming for your book.
Yahoo!
Start today.
Yes, Coda, that can be your inspiration. Get through work. Very exciting because then eventually you'll be rewarded by seeing Rainy's reactions to this book. Or you might be tortured. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, it'll be a ride either way. 35 pages of Iron Flame. Oh, that's right. Steph was reading it too. And I am on the edge of my seat. Well, that's exciting. Reading Bookshops and Bone Dust. Ooh. I've been reading it for like a week. My brain is not braining. That's okay, but I hope you're enjoying it anyway. I've been meaning to read Legends and Lattes, and I know that Bree's going to be reading that one soon too. I think she might even be reading for this prompt or the bonus or something. But yeah, enjoy. 44% through the Canterbury Tales. That is a classic. I remember, Selena, you were reading that a little while ago too. Is it possible to have a room book that meets all of the bonus prompts?
I mean, probably somewhere.
I'm sure. Yeah, like I feel like there has been some. I know that A Good Girl's Guide to Murder hits a couple of them, doesn't it? Or no? A murder mystery.
That's not BIPOC or LGBTQ.
Okay, then never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that The Intuitionist, mine, hits host favorite. It hits BIPOC, but I like I said, I don't think it counts as a murder. Like there was one review that said that there was like a murder of the elevator that fell, and I'm like, okay, we're getting dramatic here, because like an elevator goes into free fall for that one. Yeah, I don't think there's a host favorite that hits all of them, to be honest. Which is kind of a shame. Maybe next year that should be, a challenge to try to get one that hits all of them. Bookshops and Bone Dust has a murder, and the murderer is a mystery, but I wouldn't count it as a murder mystery. I know, and especially when it's kind of like a bit of a genre blend where you're throwing in elements from another genre, you're kind of like, okay, how much does this count? At 41% of Never Lie by Frida McFadden, I should be reading Girls of Paper and Fire. Has anybody read Never Lie? I haven't.
No.
I haven't read anything by Frida McFadden.
I don't really choose to read from her. She has a bunch of author issues and copying issues she has.
Oh, that's good to know. I think if the murder and the mystery is a big element of the story, then it counts. In my brain, anyways. Yeah. I feel like if it's like a huge obstacle where they're like, maybe there's a bunch of other things happening, but we also need to solve this murder, like that's pivotal to the plot, then it's like, yes, that's a murder mystery among other things. But if it's just kind of this other like maybe we'll solve it, maybe we won't, who cares, then it's kind of like, I don't know if that counts. Although I need to go back to work again. That's okay, Jean. We all have to work, don't we? Will this be a Nicole length stream? I'm probably not going to be going for that long. I was telling like the hosts that I'll go until probably like for 5 hours at the very least, so until 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I could, if I'm feeling raring to go, I could go to 11, so make it a 6-hour stream, but I can't go much further than that because unfortunately I have a full day tomorrow. Which, adulting is something that we can never avoid for too long.
Yeah.
I'll say Rainy knows too. 88% into Iron Flame and put away all the laundry. Great, Vanessa. I absolutely loved Firekeeper's Daughter. Yes, so many people love it. I haven't met anyone who has really strongly disliked that book. In FKD, there are Firekeeper's Daughter. There are deaths, and they are trying to figure out why. So also who. They think they know what it is, but the reason doesn't match up to what they know of those that died. Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, trying not to give spoilers. No, that's okay, Christina. We appreciate it. That is still a very thrilling little synopsis that you gave. I like how today's timer matches the room. Very nice. Yes, that was my plan. There's like all of these different kind of background timers, and I was like, I know there's a purple kind of setting sun or something going on, and then I found this one, and I'm like, yes, I knew it. And then Jen going to read a Legends and Lattes book, or the other one. I know that they're intended as standalone stories, but I don't know which one to pick first. Let's see here. What is the FWP of choice from bringing home both of them? Yeah. It's kind of the struggle of knowing. Yeah, I mean, I suppose Legends and Lattes, if you have it and you haven't read it, maybe it would just make sense to start with that one, unless you are gravitating towards the second book, even though they're standalones. I know it's weird when it's a series, but it's not really a series, but it kind of is a series. 40 pages read. Good job, Dad. Great to get back into this adventurous sci-fi. Good stop to make dinner. Sounds good. I hope you and Mom enjoy your dinner. I should read Firekeeper's Daughter soon, too. I'm also from the state that the author is from. I honestly think that just gravitates you even more when you know that you're from that state, too, because you can kind of also trust the author to maybe depict it better, or I don't know. Hopefully the setting ends up being like a character in itself sometimes. But a host favorite and a Rainy favorite can't be the same. Oh, yeah, that's true. I guess, unless you're...
I mean, I could count myself as the host favorite, so...
Yeah. That's what I was thinking too. I was like, well, Rainy is a host. It's just like double. She's like the stronger. Like if we're like, she's the stronger kind of host, super host.
Yeah.
Hello, Nell. Nell is the co-host for Green Team, one of them. Do you think it's easier to read a 60-page poetry book or a 200-page novel? I think it's faster. I certainly think that
faster, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think it depends on the artist. Like
I'm not big into poetry.
Yeah, it depends on how much you enjoy poetry. There's also different types of poetry. Like I like prose poetry, but like the kind of stanza separation ones, I'm not as big of a fan of those. So yeah, I think it's definitely faster no matter what. But as far as retention, I think it's probably harder to remember like all the individual poems, especially because you're meant to kind of take your time. It's the same with short stories. You probably shouldn't be sitting down and reading an entire book of short stories. You're supposed to like piece it together, appreciate the different types and stories. Oh my God, I cut my nails and now typing is so hard. Oh my God, it probably feels different. You're used to.
Also, Cody, you missed it. I'm starting this in like 30 minutes.
Yes, this is a shout out to you, Coda. Loving it. It keeps making me cry and laugh, and is set in the UP, Upper Peninsula. I love it when I think I know what I'm talking about. Idea Firekeeper's Daughter. Oh my gosh. Well, okay. Then that honestly, again, I always feel better when I see the spectrum, when there's people who absolutely adored it and there's people who DNF'd or didn't give it a high rating. I think that shows that the book isn't like an immortal super like super essence or something. The pictures are gone. Pictures are gone. I don't know.
I don't know.
I hope it's not us. I don't understand poetry yet. No, exactly. It's kind of like it depends on preference, I think. There is a woman who I graduated with who published a book, and a part of me wants to read it because of that, even though it's really not my genre. Yeah, like just supporting people you know, that kind of thing. Pictures weren't gone. Somehow I pressed pause. Oh, that's so funny. I do that all the time where I'm like, they've stopped talking. Is my internet wrong? And it's like, no, I hit the pause button. I like the Silverstein
Yeah.
poems. They're cute. A different type of poetry, though. Yeah. I'm personally a fan of Boa Editions for those who enjoy
Yeah.
poetry. It's an independent publisher. I like to support them. I was an intern for them too. I've got like a bunch of their books on my shelves, and they like to do prose poetry, which is my thing. I like poetry, but I find reading short novels easier. Poetry requires more attention, and I tend to look up more words. Yeah, like I feel like you've got to like take your time to see the different images and the symbols and the metaphor for poetry, which depending on the type of reader you are, you're like,
Yeah.
no, I don't want to do that, or oh, I love to do it. It's a puzzle. It was too much hockey for me. I thought about continuing, but I hate to rate something low when I know the book really hit with its target audience. So, no, I totally agree with you, Jess. That's how I am too. I really should check it out. That sounds so cool. The UP definitely has strong fantasy vibes. I love Maggie Stiefvater. I never had know how to say that name. I hope she published something soon. Yeah, she did like the Shiver series too, didn't she?
Yeah.
I think a while, yeah.
All
All right,
right.
we're at the end of the comments, which is so great. I was like speeding through them. I feel
I know.
very
Good
proud
job.
of myself. I hope everyone didn't feel like I went through them too quickly. Let's change this. I think I'm going to give. I'm going to customize the timer back to 45.
Okay.
Just to for those who aren't huge fans of the super long sprints. So
Well,
we'll
for
go
me,
for
I got a lot read, so
I know, right? Well, we'll do 45 and then we can always like switch back to an hour. I was thinking
yeah,
of almost every other, like, and then as a reward, we get a little bit of a shorter sprint break. So we'll go for 45 this time. But we'll see everyone soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. How did everybody do? How did you do, Rainy?
Sorry, I was finishing like the last 2 sentences of the chapter because like I couldn't. No, I finished the chapter. I did. I had 2 sentences left. I was like, I have to finish a chapter if I have to.
Okay.
Well, I gotta put something in the oven in a minute. But I finished this. 4.5 stars. Fabulous time. Loving my life.
Woohoo!
Great. Well, okay, you get a drink in the fridge where all drinks live.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fine. Have a sip of this real quick. Okay, and then I also, while my son was being dramatic, I did start. Okay, go, baby, go. I love you. I read. Oh my gosh, words. I started The Cabin at the End of the Woods, world. Oh my gosh, I can't talk. And I just finished chapter 1, and that's already 9% in because it's only a 270-page book. And I don't hate it. I mean, to be fair, nothing happened. And I did read the first chapter like 2 years ago because I did a chapter to figure out what book I was going to read next.
Oh, yeah.
And so I chose this. And so I've already read the first chapter. And not that it's giving anything away. It's just like the end of the first chapter is just like the whole point of the story. I don't know if you know what it is like
no.
This little girl like is playing outside, and then this man shows up and starts talking to her, and then a bunch of other people show up, and then he basically says like, we need to talk to your parents, like it's really, really important, like we're here to save the world or something. And very vague because I've heard it's kind of twisted, but anyway, that's where I left off, so we're getting somewhere.
Right. Coda's very excited. He said that he would be here around probably or at least off work by the time the sprint ended. So yes, I'm sure he'll be on tenterhooks waiting.
Well, I plan on finishing this one on your sprints too. I got to get some stuff done. I gotta catch up.
I believe in you. You can do it.
What about you?
I ended up getting, I almost wasn't even going to tell you. I was like, anyways, I forgot to mention. So I ended up doing about 30 more pages, and I'm liking it. I think it's, you got to be in the right mood for historical mystery, because it's usually typically a bit more slow. You're kind of enveloped in the world a bit more, but I'm enjoying it. Like I'm finding it good, especially with the audiobook though. It's keeping pace for me. And so, yeah, I'm liking it. I'm intrigued. You go do dinner.
Right back.
Yeah, no worries. While she's gone, it's just you and me, world. Hello, Katy. Welcome. Finally getting to read Iron Flame. I saw this comment come in when we first started the sprint. Well, you are in good company. Vanessa is reading Iron Flame, but she might have finished by now. And so is Steph. So you'll have people in the comments to talk to. But you only got 1 chapter read. That's okay. Hopefully you'll be productive with us moving forward. Shannon asked, will you be following the Giller Prize announcement at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time? That one's a Canadian award. And I will say that I won't, but that's because I don't really know any of the authors. The only one that I can think of is, I think, is it Kevin Chong? It was something about like the double life of Ben Yu, some kind of, that's the only title I'm aware of. Yeah. And so I'm unfortunately not super familiar with it. And as far as the Women's Prize for Fiction goes, I usually like to see what the long list is, but whenever the short list finally comes up, it's usually the stories, the novels I actually don't know anything about, and I don't tend to gravitate towards the authors or the fiction that's chosen, but I do like to kind of see what's going on and if I recognize the titles. I know that Nicole did like a huge Women's Prize, like she read the entire long list, I think, or the entire short list for her. Yeah, and I've always wondered about doing that. I know you're doing that for like Goodreads for the romance. One day. Are you gonna, is this your first time doing it? Have you done it before?
No, I tried to do thriller last year, and then I just didn't want to read some of the books. To be fair, I don't want to read some of the books probably for this one either, but
yeah. So for those, I feel you could just be like, all right, I'll just listen to the audio, get through it, and then move forward. Hello, Neva, getting ready for my first day back to work. Good luck. It's not always fun to have to go back to work. And she's also the co-host for Team White, by the way. Hello, More, working on my Christmas romance for a bonus book for Team Scarlet. Great. Making some great progress on my Christmas diamond painting and up to 92% in Iron Flame.
Nice.
Close. I kind of forget how big Iron Flame is, so I'm like, oh, she's probably done by now. I'm like, no, it probably needs more than just one sprint to read like 15% of that book. Supper in the oven. Also for Rainy. Interesting. You guys are on the same eating schedule.
Yeah.
Got a bit further in the book. Great. We already know what is nominated tomorrow, but I can't wait to see the Goodreads nominations. Oh, I know. It is tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I know I have to film my reactions tomorrow, which I'm a member of Books and Lala's, Kayla's, not Patreon, but her YouTube channel. And she every year does a live video reaction. And I can't watch hers until I've reacted myself to romance because that's part of my vlog. So I'm just ready to see how right I was. And I'm also ready to have maybe like 2 books be wrong. But I think I nailed it. So I'm ready.
Yeah. Feeling confident.
I am.
Yeah. And also, well, good luck with the reaction video and everything. It kind of sucks when you're like, oh, I can't watch other people's reactions, but at least it'll be recorded, I'm sure, so you can watch her reaction.
Watch the rest of them. I'm only reacting to romance.
So yeah.
I can react to everything else,
yeah. Where are we? Oh, yeah. I got to 82% of home field advantage, and I got my vacuuming done. Good. A lot of people are like in the 80s or higher for percentages, so I think we're going to see a lot of books like finished tonight. I mean, Rainy already got her book finished, so that's exciting. One of them. I hear people talking about the Goodreads nominations. Do they come out tomorrow? Yes, Purple Dragonfly. They do come out tomorrow, which is very exciting. Hello, reading. What did you say?
It's top 20 tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The long list. Yeah. So the long list, top 20. And is there like a time? Like, do we know if it's like 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time? If people in the comments know, maybe let us know. Reading Twisted Hate for my Room 5 prompt. I have about 25% left. Exactly. Everyone's so close to being done. I also started putting away my summer clothes. I've been putting it off for way too long. Me too. I still need to do that, actually. Meanwhile, I woke up and there was like frost on the ground today. Yep, I'm here. Yes, Coda. Woohoo. Even more excited now. Listen to my audiobook a bit, but trying not to get past 50% so I can use it for room 2.
Yes.
Rainy's like, yes, I see your strategy and I support it. I read about 15 pages. Then my preschooler wanted my attention. Understandable. Still playing catch up because of moving countries. Oh my gosh. Very much a good excuse for playing catch up in this. It's not really mine either, but I loved the cover, and it's more about the tribe and the mystery than the hockey. They're hockey players, but you don't really see a game or anything. Okay. Read 18 pages of The Good Samaritan. Just got to a twist. Okay, that's exciting. All of the exclamation points sounds like it was an exciting twist. I started supper during lunch. Or during the break. LOL. Stu's been one of those long projects. It does sound delicious.
We had a roast last week and it was so good.
Yeah. Soup. Actually, I mean soup, stew, chili. That's the season for it, I think. What are y'all having, Christina and Rainy? Anyone else cooking, eating? Yeah, Rainy, what are you having?
We're just having tacos, but there's this Publix has what is it? Bake at home sourdough bread. So that's what I put in the oven. Like it's literally 10 minutes and it comes out all nice and fresh and crunchy. And then we make a little olive oil dip spread for it. So yeah.
Very nice. Yeah. Not too long ago, I got a slow cooker for the first time. I was like, oh, finally, that's a staple that you have to have in your kitchen. And I haven't used it yet, but I plan to.
We made a roast last week in ours. Oh, so good.
See, I gotta do something like that, but it is like it's one of those longer kind of things where I just put it in there, remember to do it, and then I can go off and go on my day. And I'm
really nice. I need to do more slow cooker meals.
Yeah, it's just too bad. It's always like I always think of it like half an hour before I want to eat, and then I'm like, oh, that's right, I should make food, and then I never think of bigger projects. So, is every Goodreads member eligible to vote in the Goodreads Awards? Yeah. Is that way so many nominations and winners are more mainstream?
No, Goodreads just picks the top 20, which is annoying because literally like it's just the same people that win every year. Like Emily Henry's going to win for the 3rd year in a row. So it's just
yeah.
She's going to win next year too, because she has a book coming out next year. So it's really just rigged, but
yeah. And for Emily Henry, is it a happy place this year?
yes.
Oh my gosh, it makes me so mad.
I did not like that book. Like all the girlies did. It was like, all right.
I mean, I hated that book. So
my least favorite of hers. It's not even that good.
Yeah, so it is tough when it's like, yeah, it's always mainstream authors, well-known authors.
Well, but they don't let you vote anymore. You used to be able to submit entries 2 years ago. Like you could submit authors and books, and they got rid of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's what it is. I guess it's like Goodreads awards are great, but I guess they're probably not that impressive compared to other awards that exist. I mean, it doesn't.
No.
Yeah, whatever. Pacific Time, I think. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Bacon wrapped meatloaf. Whoa.
That sounds good.
Sounds yummy. Oh, I thought the Goodreads Choice Awards were Wednesday. What a great surprise. Yes. Woo-hoo. Tomorrow. But yeah, I don't think anyone mentioned this in the comments, but Rainy, do you know like when the list drops, or we just kind of know it's sometime Tuesday?
Hold on. Give me like 2 seconds and I will know, because Kayla scheduled her thing to react when they drop.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, because I haven't seen anyone really give us a specific time.
Hold on. She is doing it at 5 p.m. EST.
Okay, 5 p.m. EST.
So it's probably 8 p.m. Pacific, I guess, or whatever, or opposite.
Backwards. 2 yeah, 2 p.m. Pacific time. Yeah. Meanwhile, Coda's answered, this is what they're having.
Oh, that sounds so good.
Like the mushrooms and the potatoes, just so hearty and
we could also have like a booktube feast.
I know. Oh my gosh. That's what we should do, like cooking sprints. Where like everyone just goes and cooks, and then we come back and we're like, this is what I have. Show an image of the beautiful food. Meanwhile, Katy finished a bowl of chicken enchilada soup, which sounds
delicious.
Delicious to see. Soup, stew season, all of it. Just poured an after dinner glass of wine. Oh, my father he's letting loose a little bit. 20 more pages and going to continue. Sounds good. I hope you're enjoying it still, Dad, because that was one of my favorite books of all time. It's a small thing, but I look forward to seeing the Goodreads Reading Challenge color each year. Oh, yeah, because they always have like a different color theme. They were recently, I think it was on Instagram. They allowed you to like vote. They're like, oh, go vote what color you want it to be or something. I saw that on Instagram. I don't know if that was like a new thing they decided to do this year. Yeah, it does sound really good, Coda. I find a lot of people review bomb on Amazon and Goodreads. Yeah, the positive reviews all say the same thing. Same with the negative reviews. Yeah, and also like I think I was on Danny's sprints when we were talking about this one time. But the idea that like books that haven't come out yet. And this isn't the same for people who have ARCs or, advanced readers copies, but people will be like, oh, I'm so excited for this book, and then give it like a 5-star review just because they love the author, and that like immediately skews things. So a book's not even out yet. Like the ARCs and the Neck Alley ARCs haven't even gotten to reviewers yet, and yet people are just so excited that they start reviewing it already, and it just makes it really weird. I'll put a pic on Insta. Ooh,
wait, what is your Insta?
Yeah, actually, especially because Coda, it says your booktube bestie now. So do you have like a bookstagram bestie? Is that your potential Instagram handle? That would be fun. It sounds really interesting. And then will Leandra and Rainy be making a change in what they eat next year? Vegan, pescatarian, cutting out gluten? Oh, Rainy's like, nope, not a chance. Yeah, I will say that I tend to automatically lean towards vegetarian. I do buy meat once in a while, but when I'm just buying randomly, I don't tend to buy meats. Usually I'll do that like when I go out though to restaurants. So I'm not a huge meat eater anyway. A lot of times because it's expensive. Yeah. One day I would like to actually like try being a vegan. I have been a vegetarian back and forth, but it is also an expensive lifestyle, and I know that it's a privilege to be able to be vegan. It's not something that everyone can choose to be, but I would like to try it one day. But I can't just go cold turkey. Yeah. I would have to go from vegetarianism to something like that. Yeah, chicken enchilada soup sounds delicious. I agree. Millie Bobby Brown plays a princess who is fighting a dragon. She was going to sacrifice. It's out next year called Damsel. Oh, that's right. Like our movie's coming out. And then the last comment I'll show is the book I was talking about that was written by someone I went to high school with is Pride and Premeditation.
Oh, I heard of that.
It's on my shelf. What? That's crazy, Court. It's a Jane Austen murder mystery series. Yeah, like she's already out with like the third book, if I remember correctly.
Awesome.
I think it was like Sense and what was it? There's one that Sense and Sensibility, that name, and then the Mansfield Park one just came out too.
Oh, okay, I gotta get my thing out of the oven.
Go right ahead. Hello.
Okay.
Hello, how are you?
You can say
That's
hi.
good.
But quiet. Actually, I'm gonna mute.
Hi. All right. My son is vegetarian, but hubby and I do eat meat, but it is the smaller part of the plate. Yeah, they usually also say that you only need like 4 ounces per meal. I'm a vegetarian and close to vegan. It's not that expensive. Just requires a lot of planning and home cooking, which I hate to do. Yeah, that's the thing too, is knowing if you've got to go to like the grocery store a few times a week, having that kind of time. But I do want to do it, Chris. Like I would really like to be a vegan. I don't know. I feel like that fits with my kind of lifestyle if I can do it. I am not a classic reader and I rarely read historical fiction.
I used to only read classics.
Yeah, that is crazy. I always tried to force myself to read classics. Now I'm like, okay, once in a while, girl.
And now I'm like,
There are a few hello comments to the little
saying hi to you.
Hello. And then it's crazy to think I know an author. I know, right? All right. So because we reached the end of the comments, I'm going to switch us to a 60-minute sprint.
All right. I got to get cracking.
Yes. And then we can hear all of the progress that Rainey has made for this book. And I'm sure Coda's very excited. Okay. So I'll switch the timer and then I'll start it. But I hope that everybody has a brilliant hour, whether it be eating or catching up on reading if that was an eating sprint. And we'll see you soon. Bye. Hello, everyone. Hello, Rainy. How did you do?
I got to 32%.
Oh my gosh, you're going so quickly through that book. I know it's not long, but nice job.
The audiobook is really easy to listen to. So I'm 32%. And I now know like what they have to do to save the world. And I don't know.
Okay.
Not that I hate this. No, that's not what I mean. I just mean I have to know where it goes awry because I called my mom and I said, Mom, I'm reading your favorite book. And she's like, oh, really? And I was like, well, actually, your least favorite book. And she goes, which book? And I'm like, Mom, think of a book you really absolutely despise. And then hold on one second.
That's it. You're fine.
No, he's doing something he shouldn't be. And then she was like, what book? And I'm like, the one that you and Aunt Rachel hated. And she goes, why are you reading that awful book? And I go, get your ball now.
But it's just rolling off the table.
Get me it now.
Why?
Anyway, what was I saying? And I said, yeah, I'm reading it. And she said, do you hate it? And I said, well, no, I'm not very far into it. I still don't hate it because nothing happens.
Yeah, but that's all right. That means you're still open to whatever interpretation happens.
Although I'm not excited because after I finish this, I'm going through one of my secret passageways. And because of the stupid rating of this book, I do not get to read what I wanted to read next. So.
Oh, no, that's right. Oh, see, I'm telling you, you're causing yourself chaos. Like, this is so much harder for you than anyone else.
How did you do?
I ended up reading about 45 pages in this book, Death and the Sisters. So I'm almost halfway through. And I will say, I'm finding it interesting. I'm still interested in like the murder and what's happening. But like there's certain elements in like the writing style, you know, when it suddenly takes a turn and like I'm still liking it, but I'm not like loving it. Like for some reason, like all of the characters giggle, and I'm just like, why are they all giggling? Like, can't we use a different word? I don't know. I think for some reason, the term giggling is just weird for me. And then I don't know, some of their behavior is just weird. This is set in like early 1800s, if we're thinking of Mary Shelley, and it's not really going the way I want it to as far as like what the characters are doing. But it's a fine read so far. It's a quick listen because I'm also listening to the audiobook. So like I'm almost halfway, so it's going fine. We did have Kelsea join us. Finally home, ready to read. I hope that you got some reading done already. Let's see here. Oh, then I welcomed her. And then the pics are up now, Coda says. I found it. I followed him. Hold on. I don't know if Coda is comfortable with us.
You can private me.
Yeah. I'll send it to you. I'll send you the pic. Because depending on, because I think it's Coda's like personal, and I found it through. Who did I find it through? I think I found it through Neva because Neva follows him. So if you go to Neva's page and like search Coda's name, that's how I found Coda. That's my stalking abilities, Coda. In case you were wondering. And then Amal switched to Jasper Vale. Very nice. Finished Iron Flame. Hello, Katy, by the way.
Okay, I need to know your thoughts.
Yes. And actually I was watching Katy's sprints yesterday, and she was saying that she was creating her own Discord, which is very exciting. And she was creating like one little chat group, which is Iron Flame like support group for like all of the people who are reading Iron Flame to react to, which I think is very funny. So yeah, let us know, briefly what you think, Katy. Unless you've got like a video reveal, then you don't have to tell us. Thank you for mentioning peas. Yes, exactly. Because Coda was saying that he realized after all of the list of ingredients, he forgot to mention peas, which I was deeply offended by. I love peas. I forgot to eat peas. Oh no, Rainy. That's okay. I'll eat your peas. If we ever have a meal together, you can just give me your peas and it's fine.
Okay.
I forgot to cook some tonight as part of a meal prep. So, helping each other out. We see more Team White love. Let's see here. Oh yeah, ML's back saying hello to people. Hello. Hope things are going well for you, ML, as far as grading goes. I hope you were grading. You said you were going to be doing that. Hello, Nikki. Reading Flame. Hope you all are well. Well, Nikki, you are in good company. There are a handful of people who have already finished Iron Flame, are very close to finishing Iron Flame. So yeah, like there are friends, including we have Vanessa, took my dog for a nice walk in the cold and got up to 95% of Iron Flame. So Vanessa is so close. Oh boy. Also, we have Bree. She has arrived in the comments. Hello. She is also a co-host for Team Plum, and also she's been traveling today. So I hope your travels went well. I hope you're now relaxing in your hotel and have had your meal and everything. It can be kind of stressful traveling. Sarah got to she's got 13% left. Oh my gosh, very exciting. Got 22.
I was excited. That was what I was gonna read next was Iron Flame, and this book ruined it for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say honestly, every comment that we've gone through, I'm pretty sure I said like Sarah's reading Iron Flame. I'm pretty sure, and then Katy too. So like everyone in the comments is reading the book you can't read right now. So we are so sorry that we're mocking you a little bit. Shannon asks, do you put off reading a popular book because you don't want to be influenced by all the pro or con discourse? That's a good question. I think for me, it depends. Oftentimes I fear the hype too much, where I know so many people are talking about it. I know that I'm the type of person where when I start reading it, I will suddenly be critical of every single chapter, every character. And like, I don't want to do that. I just want to enjoy it. So either I want to read it, be someone who reads it before everyone hypes it up, and then I can just enjoy it. So then if I see a bunch of people unhappy with it, it's like, well, I read it before you, so I didn't feel that way. Or I wait years and years.
I just read it when I want to read it, honestly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just read it when the feeling hits, when you can do it. Yeah. Like there's been times when I think one example I can think of immediately is, The Guest List by Lucy Foley.
Love that
I
book.
remember I read that. I think it was back when I was a book of the month reader, and I got it as like before it got fully published. Read it like the week I got it, and I really enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun with it, and then it blew up. And then there were like kind of mixed reviews where people were like, oh, it was too, like too hyped and everything. And I was like, well, I was glad I got to read this before anyone.
Oh, I read it after it was super hyped. I still loved it. I thought it was fabulous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was gonna say, like, I still think it's a great kind of commentary on, like, I don't know, abuse in various types of relationships, including friendships between two men even, which not many people think about. Finished Home Field Advantage. Congratulations. And it was so good. You said that this was like a sapphic romance, so I'm totally adding this to my list as well. Home Field Advantage. I've got to remember that. Didn't read that sprint watching TV with the hubby. Honestly, that is still productivity, but it's productivity as far as like your emotional and mental relief and decompressing and having fun. So I count that. You needed that kind of sprint. And also you have to celebrate how yummy that stew was. So yeah, you guys got to relax after that meal. I love when a book leaves me with all the good feels. Oh my gosh, Court, I'm really happy for you. Home Field Advantage. Everybody, remember that. Add it to your Goodreads want to read list because Court recommends it. Also ate some of the stew. Yep. Didn't get any reading done. That's okay, Megan. Lesson planning for my forensic science class. Nice. Okay, well, productivity. That's important. Good for you. How many languages do Leandra and Rainey speak? Rainey, how many languages do you speak?
How many should I speak? 2. How many do I speak? 1.
What's the other language that you believe Spanish. You should speak? Spanish, yeah.
Well, my dad's from Cuba, and he didn't teach any of us Spanish because he doesn't like his heritage because they were stuck there until they were like 10. So just doesn't ever want to have anything to do with it. But then we'll speak Spanish at random times, like if he needs to, because everyone in Florida or in Miami, which we don't live in Miami, but right by Miami, speaks Spanish. And so like he'll just whip it out when we're out in public, and I go, "What? What is it? What are you doing?
What's going on?"
So yeah, I should know Spanish. I don't.
Yeah, a friend of mine. So her father was born in Brazil, but he ended up growing up for most of his life in Cuba as well. And she also still kind of is a bit salty of the fact that he didn't teach her and all of her siblings. And she's like, why couldn't I? Wish I'd known Spanish.
Grandma always will speak to me in Spanish, and then I go, Grandma, no habla inglés. And then she goes, oh, mijo. And then she goes and yells at my dad. I'm like, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, seriously. I will say I do speak Dutch, but I probably just at a B2 level. And I might even be lower than that now because it's been a few years since I've lived in a Dutch speaking country. I found out that Ro, who might not be in the comments right now because I think he's been comment hopping because Danny Dabbles is also sprinting right now. He's from Suriname, and I didn't realize that Dutch is his main language. So I think I might freshen up on my Dutch with him. But yeah, I lived in Belgium for a bit and the Netherlands, so I do speak Dutch, but it's not as good because no one in the US speaks Dutch, unfortunately. And I want to work on my French because my French was not great either. But being in Belgium, you kind of had to know both of those languages. I need a new book to start, but I kind of just want to wait until the Goodreads Choice Awards come out tonight. Honestly, tonight.
Yeah, actually, she said it's at midnight.
Oh,
I have to stay up and film my reaction at midnight now because I gotta know what I gotta read.
yes.
I gotta get started.
Oh my gosh, I was gonna say, like, Brie, you just dropped a bomb.
I'm really hoping the 2 romance books that I've been reading in the last week are on that list, and if they're not, I'm gonna cry.
I know. I hope for you too, because that means it's just more books you got to read, and there's just you weren't able to prepare at all. Yeah.
I know.
But that's good to know. Now I'm like, oh, do I want to stay up so I can see it too? Because I want to know what the options are.
I know.
I am halfway through Girls of Paper and Fire. Very nice. It's fine. It's a public account. Okay, great. I didn't want to like.
I used Leandra's stalker abilities and went on Leandra's page, and then
wow. Yes. I was say even if it was a private account, we'd find a way, Coda. We'd find you. Hello, Mia. Just joined during that last sprint and finished my book for room 5. Good job. And
I'm hoping to get to room 5 tonight, y'all.
Oh, you can do it. I believe in you. Like, you're already making so much progress, especially.
I'm really impressed. I'm happy to keep going.
So when does it come out? Oh yeah. So then you're talking about that. Yes, ML's grading. Yay! Still got a stack in front of me, but I have been grading. Good for you. I teach 3 courses, and for whatever reason, I had all 3 of them hand in one of their major papers today, all 3 courses, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, this week for whatever reason, I decided to hate myself, and so I'm going to be doing a lot of grading. Rally the top 20. Yeah, come out at midnight. That's what you said as well. You kind of, that's good to know. Finish Supper and a few more chapters, about 150-ish pages left. Oh, very exciting. Finished Iron Flame this morning. I saw that in the Discord, Brie, and I was like, oh my gosh, I wonder what she thought about it. Yay, fun. Yeah, I'm always interested to know, but usually it's most of the books that are on the Goodreads list I haven't read. So I'm always like, well, there's like 1 or 2 that I could vote on because I read them. No, I finished Iron Flame yesterday. Okay, Sarah, yeah, you finished yesterday. I had a great time reading it and still haven't stopped thinking about the ending. Good. I'm glad that there's like a good amount of people who are satisfied with Iron Flame and really enjoyed it, because it would always be kind of disappointing if everyone was disappointed. Almost 100 pages read today for Iron Flame and loving it so much. Great. Okay, Sarah, Steph. Last time I checked, Bree was enjoying it more than Fourth Wing, so that's great. I have reached part 3, 28 more pages, 30% left, daughter. Great, Dad. I'm really glad that you're enjoying it. I hope you're enjoying your wine, too. On page 242 of Josh and Hazel's Guide to Not Dating. Oh my gosh, you're really into it now. Oh, Home Field Advantage is so cute. I read it last year. All right. I was say Court loves it. Bree's recommending it. I'm definitely gonna check it out.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up.
I just remember that everyone is different with their own experiences, and we all like different genres and tropes. So read whatever you want and enjoy. Yeah, I agree. Honestly, if you're enjoying it, then that's the point of it. There's no point in you like choosing to read stuff you don't like or feeling that people are judging you for what you read. Got a little more of my book read and had a shower. Great. And that's Canterbury Tales. So good for you, Saluna. I really appreciate that we have someone who's reading the classics when I absolutely refuse to at the moment. Yes, tonight ML has discovered this new information. It's very exciting. Yeah, Eastern time. That's what it's sounding like.
At least I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. Why are people
I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, I think it's like people are doing like certain booktube content and they're really excited to do it. So
yeah, I'm just reading. I was gonna do all 20, but that's going to very greatly depend on what the list is. I'm for sure reading the top 10, but I don't know. We'll see. Plus, if it's like a series, do I just read the first book in that series and that counts? Or do I have to get to that book? Because
I feel like I wouldn't mind as a watcher if you elected to just start the series rather than forcing yourself to get to that series book.
Yeah.
Because that would be like a lot. Looks like I'm going to be tired at work tomorrow. Yeah, pretty much. Are there romance authors you recommend that aren't Emily Henry or Colleen Hoover?
Well, that depends. Do you want contemporary or do you want dark? Because I have both.
Yeah, that is a good question.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm like, because Ashley Poston is fabulous because she wrote 7-Year Slip. And then who else have I read that I absolutely love? I'm looking at my shelves. What is it? No, I did not like the book. Oh, Hannah Bird has great romance books. She's like a little indie author that I'm friends with her on Instagram, and I've read 2 of her books. She's great. And Pam Godwin, Sea of Ruin. That's a dark pirate romance. And then there's Jennifer Hartman, Still Beating. That's just a dark captive romance. And there's so many. Those are a couple.
I was gonna say, honestly, I'm someone who's really new into romance, but contemporaries that I've really liked. Elizabeth Hunter is kind of an indie author that I've discovered. She wrote Hooked, not the Hooked that is the like dark McIntyre one.
Oh, yes. But that's good too, and you can support her because she has cancer.
Yes, so that's another series if you like the more darker romance. But if you like a contemporary cute one that's a bit more progressive, Elizabeth Hunter, I've read 2 of her books, and the second book has like an interracial coupling, and one of the characters is what is she? She's plus size, which honestly it was just really nice, and like I really like the way that she throws in different experiences. And then I've tried Katy Birchall. She wrote The Secret Bridesmaid, and then she just came out with what is it? It's on my shelf. So this is The Secret Bridesmaid, and then I've got The Wedding Season. And I really like these. They're really fun romances. I will say that like the first one I liked better, and it was mainly because there's like a certain women friendship that I really enjoyed.
Magnolia Parks, duh. Yeah. That's like my favorite.
That's a host favorite, Chris.
Yes, that yeah.
Yeah, cool. And then yikes, people. Yeah, I know. I was just really stupid, Mel. I don't know why I did this. How many students in each class? So I'm really lucky because I teach at a very small college, and my range of students is between like 13 to 18 per class. So it's very small. So I probably shouldn't be complaining as much. It could be way worse. And then there's all these other comments, which is lovely. Bree gave some examples. Also, Christina Lauren, we've heard before. Got a few other romance authors. So, like, honestly, Chris, you are very much prepared moving forward.
Yes.
Let's see here. And then we've got a serious question. Have you had to alter class requirements because of students' emotional exhaustion after what happened to the world in 2020? Honestly, I can say quickly that I haven't really had to. I didn't have to worry about it because I wasn't a teacher back then. I've actually only been a professor for 2 years.
I was. It sucked.
Yeah, I was gonna say for Rainey, she probably felt the brunt of it, whereas I didn't. As a student. Yeah. I think there's probably been a lot more accommodations where we've had a lot more policies or sanctions to kind of prepare for that, allow students and parents and just the community to have that. Like for instance, I have a handful of students in all throughout my classes who have various accommodations for various reasons, and it could be including like emotional stress, mental stress, various disabilities, learning disabilities, and some of these were developed unfortunately during that period where they were fine beforehand, fine as in maybe it was undiagnosed, and now the symptoms have increased, and so now like we have to accommodate them, which we should. So I try to scaffold my classroom as much as possible. As Rainey knows, that it can be very difficult, but a lot of it's dependent on students like learning to speak their own voice, to advocate for themselves, because if I don't know that someone needs an accommodation, unfortunately I can't do anything. So yeah, I don't know, Rainey, do you have anything to add to that?
I mean, I don't know. I'm like, honestly, I hate thinking about that time.
I know. I'm sure it was really, really rough for teachers, for students, for everyone.
I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like I've had to I don't know. I feel like kids have been lazy and now it's just more lazy. I don't know.
Mm,
But also I teach mainly elementary. I mean, I do have one middle school class, and so it's like pulling teeth to get them to write anything.
mhm,
But no, I don't know. I just feel like it made, at least after the first year for sure, people not care at all about going to school.
mhm.
Oh, it's pointless, but I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it's very dependent. It's like individual based too. And every year is different. Every group of students is different. So yes, I love that my dad is here too. It's very fun. I'm glad that he feels that he is comfortable, that he can kind of comment and participate with us. Helen Huang's another great example, actually. I read Lunar Love, and that one was just so cute. That was a
Oh,
really fun.
I think she wrote the Kiss Quotient, right? I think so. I read
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong author then. You're right. Helen Huang did do the
like
kissing question.
Kiss Quotient.
Who wrote Lunar Love then? Because that was honestly, whoever that author is, that was a really cute romance too. Helen Huang, I need to try her. I actually haven't tried anything by her now that you mentioned that title. Danny, hello, popping in. I know that Danny is also doing her own sprints. I'm sure she's going strong. So if anyone wants to go pop over and give her some love, do a bit of a raid, a sprinting raid on her channel, that'd be lovely. Last year was Midnight EST. Okay, so Bree's basing it off of that. Makes sense. It probably would be the same. It was a going away present from the British family I work for. Oh my gosh, that's lovely. I read a really great LGBTQIA plus size Christmas romance called Make You Mine This Christmas by Lizzie Huxley Jones. That sounds really great too. So
That's
Make You Mine This Christmas.
Right.
I'm gonna look that one up because that sounds great too. So I've got a few romances that I have to look up during the sprint. Also, Delilah Green Doesn't Care is
I'm
a great
waiting to
romance.
see if Astrid or Iris is on the romance for this. Because if it's Astrid, I've
Ooh.
already read it. If it's Iris, I have to read it.
Yeah. And I like plus size too because it's just, I don't know, like there's too many, I feel like there's too many tropey romances where it's like, oh, the tiny small girl, where it's, yes, we've got tiny women, we've got small love interests as well. But the idea of suggesting that that's the ideal is really frustrating. So I love it when there's more representation, especially when there's so many of us that have like body dysmorphia. I may get that book to read in December. Yeah, honestly, me too. That sounds great. It was a really fun time. And oh yes, Lauren Jensen did Lunar Love. Thank you so much, Riley. I really appreciate it. It's also like a gorgeous cover. It's really lovely. It's perfect for those who kind of like the dating app, maybe like enemies to lovers, kind of friends to lovers situation. And then it includes like the Chinese New Year, like being used as a, I don't know, it's very fun. The Christmas one also has disability rep too. Great. Okay, I used to have a 24/27 cap on my courses, but since I have moved to a college of social sciences, my courses are a bit different. Oh my gosh, you've got so many students. I would not be super happy with that. Not complaining. No, of course you're not complaining. 5 is better than 8. But I very much applaud your ability to teach that many students, like at the college you work for. When you least expected it was a really good sapphic romance. Okay. I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to go into a sprint, but I am going to be scrolling through all these comments and I'm going to be adding all of these books to my want to read lists for Goodreads because they all sound perfect. I think I'm in the mood for romances too, so that's great.
Yeah.
Okay. So how about, how are you feeling, Randy? Do you want to do another 60 or do you want to do 45?
Either one, because I'm just trying to chug a lug a lug right along.
Okay, then you know what? I'm going to support you on that. We're going to do another hour. I hope that's okay with everyone. And then if people are really like, okay, we need a shorter sprint, next time we can do like a 45 because I'm feeling it. It's 9 p.m., but like I'm definitely going to do probably 2 more sprints.
Ooh, let's go. I need to get this. Okay,
Perfect. Okay, I will see everybody in an hour. Happy reading. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope that you enjoyed the 1 hour sprint. And even if you didn't read the entire time, maybe you took some minutes to yourself to kind of relax, watch some YouTube, or do something fun. Rainey, how did you do?
Not the greatest, because my friend called right as I was getting ready to go and was asking for ways to delete stuff off of an ex's Spotify playlist that was left on their TV.
Oh my gosh. It's just like a specific like request for help.
Yeah, which was fine because he's
Yeah.
a douche. So that was
Okay.
fine. I was fine with helping with that.
I'm glad you were able to help him out.
But outside of that, I got to 45%. So
Ooh, okay.
I'm
Almost
getting
halfway.
there. I don't know, because I'm kind of confused at something that happened, and I'm also just like, where's this going? I don't know yet. But this is the farthest I've ever made it into any Paul Tremblay book. So that's something.
That's a win. A win's a win. We'll take it.
Honestly, my mom said I'm just gonna have to wait till the ending to really see how I feel, because
is that what really affected her, was the ending specifically?
well, she said it got worse and worse and worse. The reason she hated the ending, which this isn't a spoiler because I don't know what she means. She just said nothing, like it doesn't make sense. And I said, okay.
Okay, interesting.
So.
Yeah. So, all right, progress. I got to I'm over halfway, which is exciting. And it's like 54% according to my audiobook. And I don't know, like I feel like I'm, for whatever reason, it's fine. Like I'm it's interesting, it's all right, but I'm not like gravitating towards it like crazy. The audiobook's helping me consistently read it, but it's not great. That's not bad either. It's fine. It's a fine read. But you know what? I think it's also because it's got some high competition, because I've had some really great reads already. I've been very fortunate during this readathon. So let's see here. Roe mentioned fantastic fiction's a great resource for those trying to find authors to enjoy and recommend. These books often aren't blurbed by the authors. There's not a marketing tactic, that's kind of nice. It shows a bit of less bias. I've heard of fantastic fiction before. I'm pretty sure I've used it for the podcast I work for. Got a new ebook called The Readathon by Lily Mirren. Interesting.
Oh, I do need help though picking my next book though, because I found out what I could read, and I have 4 options, so everyone can vote. But
yes, please, let's pause everything and do this.
Woman Missing by Mary Kubica.
Okay.
I did read another book by her before, and it was just all right, but everyone says it like this is the book of hers to read.
Yeah.
And then there's The Last Invitation by Darby Kane.
Okay, The Last Invitation.
I've never read a Darby Kane book, but I also heard that was good.
Mm-hmm.
Mary, An Awakening of Terror by Nat Cassidy. Apparently this is like a very creepy, like Midsummer Night's Dream, American Psycho, and I'll Be Gone in the Dark all together or something. I don't know.
The cover's really cool to that one too.
All the Dangerous Things, Stacey Willingham.
And I'm seeing a theme, I feel like, with all of these titles.
The First Day of Spring.
Oh my gosh.
Which has a child killer in it.
Let's see. Is anyone? I'll let you know when we start to see we'll look to see what anyone recommends.
Options.
I think Mary looks really good. Like, I'm pretty sure I've seen someone else talk about it, saying that it's really good. Oh, the comments are beginning. Let's see. Jill is saying Mary. Let's see here. Coda is saying that he gave Mary 5 stars. Bree is saying I've heard good things about Mary, haven't read it yet. That's literally the only title that anyone's mentioned. Please feel free to let us know about other comments or other options, but like that looks really good to me. Also,
I was supposed to read this last year and I just never got around to it.
Yeah, I swear I've only heard it in the last month. I hadn't heard of it, and now I feel like I'm seeing people talk about it more.
Well, because his newest book just came out, which I know watched in a video from Gabby Reads and she 5-starred it. Yes, she didn't like Mary. I think I put this down because everyone was saying that this book would have been way better 200 pages shorter.
Oh, because it does look a bit thick, I suppose. I can
Well,
see. Well, maybe it's not. It's just a big.
it's only 400 pages.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So maybe Christina's saying the first day of spring has a great cover.
It really does. And I've been wanting to read this for forever because it's about this little girl that's a serial killer. And then she grows up and she's finally like, but she got away with it. Like she killed someone. Okay, she's not a serial killer. She killed someone. But either way, she killed someone. And then growing up later, 20 years later, like, I guess the cold case is back out in the open and she has fear of being caught. And so now she's a mom. And so she's just like, well, I can't have this happen to my daughter being without a mom. So I might have to kill again or whatever it is. So
it does sound really interesting.
I know.
Be in a good headspace with all the dangerous things. It's about a woman whose child is stolen from their crib. So that's good to know for those.
I'm probably going to skip that for now.
Okay, sounds good. I'm like, yep, it sounds about right.
Yeah, no, I'll skip that for now.
My vote is Local Woman Missing, but that's the only one I read. So acknowledging that. I read Local Woman Missing. I enjoyed it, even if I did guess the culprit from like the first chapter. So there is kind of a question of, I guess you could read the first chapter and decide if you also think you're pretty confident. And then you can be like, I want to read it.
I never get it right. This must just be the one time I get it right. That'd be great.
Let's see. So Cass says, I haven't read any of those, but I'd not read Mary because I want to keep enjoying my bath time based on the cover. Precious bath time.
Well, true. There is someone grabbing her in the tub.
Ooh, that's where, like, that's one of those places where whenever you're in the bathroom, there's any scenes, I'm like, that's where people are so vulnerable. That's like the scariest place.
Yes.
Mia really liked Local Woman Missing. Let's see here. It's not that long talking about Mary. I liked how original Mary was. I also appreciated the foreword and afterword. I like it when books have those too, because I feel like they give good insight.
I will probably end up reading this.
Woohoo. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm trying to look to see if anyone else mentioned. I liked the first day of spring too. It had a few convenient moments that annoyed me though.
You're the first person that I've ever heard has read this aside from where's my phone?
Just
aside from I think Katy Colson, I think is the only other person I've ever seen. In fact, that's why I bought it, because she recommended it. But I've always been waiting for someone to be like, "Oh, this book was good," and then no one ever read it.
Yeah, it does. It does look really good though. It looks interesting. I would probably skip that too.
That's a little too triggering with a baby that I have in a crib at the moment.
Oh, 100%. As I say, it's definitely something where you're like, certain titles, depending on where I am in my life, I should not be reading it right now. And yeah, I agree. That sounds a bit triggering. Meanwhile, we have a finished book. Woohoo! 5 stars. Lovely. And then Christina agreed, saying, yeah, that sounds like triggering for anyone who's a parent, again, depending on how old your children are. Also, to quickly go, and it looks like a lot of people did quite well as far as Vanessa finished Iron Flame, which is lovely.
Yay.
Woohoo! Amal got some reading done, got a new ebook, got to 5%. We had Nell pop in the comments, which was lovely. She's over on Danny Dabble's sprints as well, so I went to go say hi to them for a bit. I know, but meanwhile, everyone's doing so well, and then this came in from Coda, and I was so sad for him. Stepped on my glasses after they fell off my face. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, Coda, especially being Ray-Bans.
That is sad.
That is not fun. I always think about my glasses, and I'm like, I haven't been wearing glasses my entire life, only for like the last handful of years, and I haven't broken any glasses yet. And I'm just like, when that happens, it's gonna be so sad. I'm not saying I'm never going to. It's gonna happen one day, but for the moment, I'm okay. I feel we need to update. Yeah, I saw these comments from ML as well. Trying to come up with a name for my dad, Mr. TBR0 or Papa TBR0, which is so funny. I also want to know how the wine was for him. I'm predicting that he had some red wine because he's a red wine drinker if he had to choose. Finished Twisted Hate for room 5. Congratulations. Gave it 3 stars, which is fine. It's a fine book. I like the first 2 books in the series more. Oh, that really stinks.
I did
Hopefully.
not like the first one in that series.
Good to know. Then maybe this is a suggestion of if you continue the series, it just will go down down for you if you already didn't like book 1.
No, I heard book 1 was the worst one. That's what most people say.
Interesting. It's always weird when like series have different kind of like opinions on what people think. Kelsea got to 65% in A Little Magic. Court started The Sunlit Ruins by Andrea Septien. Interesting. 51% through Canterbury Tales. Oh my gosh, I'm so impressed because I feel like that would be too super intimidating for me. As a super feminist tone. And I'm loving giving me the speech from the Barbie movie vibes. What? Okay, yeah, we're here for it. That's awesome. And I didn't expect that. Decided to edit some videos tonight, so I organized my footage and imported during most of that sprint. Awesome. Productivity. Plot twist, it's a 5-star for you, Rainy.
that might pushing it. Right now it feels more like 4-star territory.
Okay, we'll take it.
Yeah, it's not screaming 5 because like I lost a little bit of interest in like this one part, but no, we just gonna have to see how the last 60% turns. Okay, I'm not promising it.
Okay, yep. We're gonna keep our expectations low, but it's nice to know. I think Coda would be okay with a with a 4-star. I feel like he'd be.
I mean, I think 3 and up is good.
Exactly. Yeah. So I know that Cass finished room 4 this afternoon, which is great. Purple Dragonfly, my book is nonfiction, and the writing in it is questionable. Like they're trying to be literary, but can't quite pull it off. Yeah, nonfiction's tricky depending on how well they do or not. Got another 2 chapters read and shed my first tears already. Katy, oh my gosh. Also laughed several times, already loving it. Awesome. I also saw my father, Mr. TBR0, the father of Leandra the TBR0, 127 pages tonight. This is my first full sprint. Yay! Congratulations, Dad. You're really pushing through. And it's a big book, just so everyone knows. Like it is significant. At least especially for like what he's reading too, because he typically reads nonfiction as well. I've been trying to pull him into the fiction world for a little background on that. Let me see here. I think we might have stopped here. Whenever glasses break, it reminds me of the movie The Mummy.
Oh, I just watched that the other day.
I haven't ever seen it.
Oh, it's literally like, like Velma and Scooby-Doo, like they break the glasses and like
yeah.
drop them.
I can't see without my glasses. Yeah. Okay. I feel like that's a classic I probably should watch. I think I'm going to be able to finish Girls of Paper and Fire tonight. Maybe even submit it. Rainy, did you finish?
No,
not yet. No. 45% you said, right?
Yeah. That will be a tomorrow task. To get to room 5. For no particular reason other than just stay on your toes as always.
You will. Cord says that she had some weird perfect timing where she broke her glasses just before picking up a new pair, which honestly, if that's going to happen. Meanwhile, Coda has given us an update. My hubby is super gluing them together. Aww. Why is there no trash can emoji? To be honest, I thought you were about to say, why is the trash can emoji flying? Because I thought that was still what you were attempting to do.
There's no trash can emoji, really?
Apparently not. Maybe like on YouTube they don't have it. But I think isn't there like a trash bag or something? I feel like we've got some kind of trash emoji.
Maybe.
It's in The Wife of Bath's prologue, and it's so much cooler because she's lecturing a group of men. Yes, we love to see it. Coda, are we going to get pictures of your library? That's a good question, especially because we've already had pictures of his delicious stew tonight. I did not read in the last sprint. Totally fine, Mia. And also, you finished a book, if I remember correctly, so you might want to take a second to chill out anyway. I was trying to figure out what book to read, but I think I'm going to read the second book in the Planet Barbarian series. I really liked book 2, Mia. If you have ever kind of seen Brittany Loves Reading in my like Ice Planet Barbarian spins, that's one of our favorites in the series is book 2. So I hope you enjoy it.
When are you doing your barbarian sprints?
Next Sunday, actually. I think that we're gonna go probably for like 12 to 13 hours, which is just insane.
When are you starting?
I think we're starting at 9 a.m. my time, Eastern Standard Time. So 10 for Brittany. I'm pretty sure. We'll have to double check. And then we start on her channel and we switch to mine at around like 3 o'clock.
Oh.
Yeah, so fun times. Ah, my father's giving us a little bit of information. It's a Californian grape, Cabernet Sauvignon. Very nice.
Wait, what? The Goodreads Choice Awards are up. They said
Already? It's only 10 o'clock. So what kind of
maybe
time zone?
no, I don't want to believe it. Let me see. But I can't look. I just need to know if they're there.
What the heck?
Where do I see that? You've lied. You are lying, kind sir. Where do you look?
What is happening? People are freaking out in the comments. Sorry for yelling. Don't apologize. This is so exciting. But you might have to. ML's confirmed too. We've got multiple people saying that they're seeing it.
They are. Oh, okay. Next sprint, I have to.
Yes. Okay. In that case, red alert! Red alert! This is not a drill, everyone. Oh my gosh! Everyone's saying yes, they're up. That is so crazy. Okay.
I have to look at my predictions again before. Okay.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna be fine. We're good. Okay, so do you want to keep with? Oh my gosh, everyone's saying that they're up. Oh my gosh, what? What is happening?
I don't even want to read romance anymore. I want to read the romantic.
Yeah. Also, that means no one was able to prepare for that. Like none of us knew. No one had any predictions for that.
I know why they did that. Probably for Fourth Wing.
Oh, so then they could have their own category to give other people a shot. Because I feel like everyone knew that Fourth Wing was going to win.
They knew that they were going to be, that people were going to be pissy that it was in the fantasy category, but then people would get mad if it was in the romance category. And since romantasy is such a big deal now, they probably put it in fantasy.
Yeah, and don't worry, no, that wasn't as much a spoiler. Just don't give us like titles, maybe.
No, you're okay. You're okay.
Yeah,
although I am gonna pretend that I didn't hear that because honestly, that just changed the whole game for me because if there's a romantic category, goodbye romance. I don't care.
Woohoo! It's so exciting. Meanwhile, now Breeze has her own conundrum. She's like, now what do I do? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I wish you both luck in whatever endeavor. I'll be watching whatever categories you decide to read.
I'm so excited to look at this list.
I know. Honestly, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be going and like looking at all the titles myself.
Ready.
Do we want to do 60 or 45? Especially if you're gonna be recording and everything. Are you good with 45? Okay, so let's do 45.
I'm only recording my reactions, and then I hopefully my reactions don't take long, and then I can also start to reassess my life and figure out what I do.
Perfect. Sounds good. So we'll do 45, and also I'll make this our last sprint. If that's okay with everybody. I feel like we've been really productive. I'm really happy that we've gotten a lot of reading and things done. But yeah, so I'll do 45, and yeah, we'll see everybody soon. And you can give us a little sneak peek about your reactions when we get back.
Go to a sprint so we can film clips. We are Bree.
Okay, we'll do Bree. Yes. Okay. Happy sprinting, everybody, and happy filming. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I hope, Rainy, that your own recording went well. Were you able to do it?
I was, but this really done screwed me up.
Oh, no. Why is nothing going well in November for you? Oh, my gosh.
No, I mean, it's not a
Such
bad
a long-
problem. One,
Oh, it's because of the romanticy thing,
I
or?
did pretty good on guessing the top 20 romances. I only got 5 wrong.
Oh,
So
my gosh.
that's pretty good. I just gotta
Oh,
say,
yeah.
pretty good. And there were 2 on there that I had almost put on there and then taken off. So technically I guessed 17, I feel like.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
But then it was romanticy, and I looked over and I'm just like, oh my gosh, I could read The Second Serpent in the Wings of Night, which is my baby, or I could read this other Hurricane Wars, or I could read this and this and this. And then I was like, okay, but then you have books like Jennifer L. Armentrout with number 5 in a series, or Zodiac Academy with number 8 on the list. Number 8, because so many people have probably gotten to number 8. And then I was just like, well, if I switched over, would I have to read up to that book? Or would I just read the next book in that series and then say, okay, their writing style can't have changed that much between now and this book. But I don't know.
Yeah. And that's the tough thing. I guess the whole fantasy element too adds to the series. A lot of times fantasies are series, so then there's a lot more trouble with that. They're longer series too.
Yeah, because the Zodiac Academy book gets like another 100 to 200 pages added to it.
Yeah.
And I'm only on book 2.
And you were worried about series in romance before we even knew that romance fantasy was a thing. You were like, oh, should I read all of the romance?
Yeah, but that was like 1 book or 2,
Yeah.
Like, it was like, okay, they're on the 2nd book. I can surely read the 1st.
But with Vampire Academy, it's like, no, that is, or not Vampire Academy, Zodiac Academy.
That
right?
and Jennifer L. Armentrout is on fantasy romance for 3 different series of hers.
Yeah, I saw a comment come in from ML saying she can never bribe Goodreads because as soon as she said that, I started looking. I'm like, I do see Armentrout a lot on this.
I mean, I'm not surprised. Either her or Fourth Wing will get it. So,
yeah. Oh my gosh.
but then when I saw that it was romantasy, I'm like, well, you didn't add this one, or this one, or this one, or this one, and then I was like, what about this one? I was like, so many things on there.
I think it was, Cass had even mentioned, can we talk about categories that they eliminated?
Hey, which ones did they get rid of that I missed? Tell me.
Yeah, so I'm seeing marketing uses it as legit category, fascinating, genre shifting. Okay, talking about romantasy. Let me see. I think that Cass went a bit further. I guess like middle grade and graphic novels, comics.
Oh, they did get rid of those.
Yeah, and I saw this comment before I saw Cass's original one, and I was like, I wonder what comment she's talking about with these. And then I realized, oh, okay, so they must have. I was wondering that too when I was thinking about graphic novels because I was like, I don't see any graphic novels being represented, or maybe ones that I recognized, and it didn't even occur to me that there had been a category. And I was thinking about middle grade too, and I didn't even realize I didn't think about the fact that there probably had been a middle grade category because I was like, I've read some middle grade this year that I liked, but yeah, I wonder what made them. So yeah, and then were there any that they added this year beyond the
I feel like they added I don't think that YA fantasy one was there before, but maybe it was, and I just I don't know.
I was wondering that too. Oh, that one seemed specific compared to like any other kind of YA version of a genre. Yeah, because I was like, if they eliminated a few of these and then they only added one, you'd think that they would maybe take one and add one.
I was looking at like the mystery thriller one, and then I was like, what the hell books are these? There was like 6 or 7 books on there that I was like, I've never heard of that book in my life.
Yeah, same. I looked through every single category. I'm gonna tell you right now, and I recognize a bunch of titles across all of the things. A bunch that I've actually already I literally have a few borrowed from the library right now, like from I think it was the fantasy with the fairy, and then this one I was really surprised. I just picked this one up, Starter Villain, and that one I think was in sci-fi. So I was like, oh, very exciting. But out of all of the categories, I've literally only read 3 books on like all of the categories in total, and 2 of them I didn't like, and both of them were in romance. I didn't like Happy Place, and I didn't like, what is it, Practice Makes Perfect. And I was like, I clearly don't read what Goodreads chooses. That's just what it is. And when I do, I typically don't like it. So I don't know.
Okay, but people in the comments, do I stick to romance or do I go
Ooh.
to romantasy? And if I go to romantasy, do I have to read up to that book?
That's a good question. I know that, so Bree has elected just doing fantasy,
Yeah.
right? Because she was in between those 2. I've read 3, and the others I'm excited to read, which is great.
No, but then as soon as I saw Ashes and the Star-Cursed King was on there, I'm like, that's my baby. Like, that's I mean, Serpent in the Wings of Night is my favorite book of the year. So, like, I just finished strong with the sequel. I'm like, I don't know.
I guess YA fantasy has been a category for a while. Makes sense because adults read middle grade. Yeah, I was like, we we can still like rate based on for middle grade, you know, like some middle grades that I gave 5 stars this year. I really enjoyed them. So I don't know. I guess like we can still vote on it as adults and say that we like it, but let me see. It's the first in a series. That really helps a whole lot. Yeah. Let me see. So I was surprised that book 8 going on the list from Zodiac Academy and not book 8.5 that just came out in the summer. Can you imagine? I'm so glad Lone Women was on there. I love that book.
I've heard of that book recently, but like now I've heard of it a lot.
Yeah. I've definitely recognized that one. And I haven't, like I said, haven't read any of the books. So I also realized that I have almost all of the romantasy books, but have only read about half of them. Still, that's a lot. To be able to say you've read half.
I've read 3.
Yep. I was like, I would be so shocked if I've read half of the books in a category. So good for you for staying on top of like new releases. No, I just think you should read the next book in the series because you can't read all.
Neva seems to think I can because I messaged Neva and Brittany and Kelsea, the besties, and told them. And then Neva was like, "Oh, they're on Audible. You can do it." I was like, "Are you joking, Neva? Each book is like 800
Yeah,
pages.
like are you all just kidding me right now? Are you?
She was like, "Rainy, you can do it," and I was like, "Neva, I don't know about that."
Kelsea is saying do romantasy. Read either the next book if the series is way too long to finish, or if it's only 3 books. Or 1 to 3 books, try to read the series. So like you can kind of adjust it based on how large the series is. Like so for instance, Zodiac Academy, just read the book that would be the first for you. And then but if it's so that could be, especially if you're gravitating to certain titles on romantasy and you're excited, like maybe just see which ones are you most excited for, and then how many are you like meh about, and I don't know, maybe that can help you.
I'm not meh about any of them. They all
look good.
I've heard of all of them and have wanted to read all of them. So now I'm just like, oh.
I know. This is why, for instance, though, for me, I could never do something like this because I know 1, I would be so many books I haven't read, and then 2 would be that stress of having to figure out, especially with series, because mysteries tend to have series too, and that'd probably be the genre I would choose. Yeah. What to choose, Rainy? What to choose?
Oh, I'm gonna end up doing romantasy.
This was all of Goodreads' plan all along.
I just want to read this book.
Yeah, no, that's a good reason to do it, though, right?
But now I have to reread Serpents because I have to annotate it. But am I a little bit sad about that? No.
I do totally understand where Cass is kidding here by saying just vote for the cover that you like best because they're talking about voting. And it is like there are times where I'm just like, should I choose the book that I want to read? It's like, no, only vote if you've read the book. But I will say sometimes I
only vote if I've read the book.
Yeah, and on top of that, though, sometimes I'm like for romance, I'm not going to vote because the 2 books I have read, I don't like them. So I'm like, I'm not going to vote for them.
I know 100% what I'm voting for in that category. So
yeah. But book 8 for Zodiac Academy is over 1,000 pages long. Oh
Neva,
my goodness.
Neva, if you're here, I can't do it.
Yeah, like if you're here, if you're a ghost in the comments, if you're just chilling in the background. Yeah, I'm glad that Amel's loving their book though. Yay, Rainy! I think they're excited that you're doing. Yeah. Oh no, and meanwhile, Jean's not loving book 7 anyway.
You're not helping a friend out right now.
No, you're not convincing us. This is the first time I think I have read more on the adult fantasy than YA. Not by much, though. Honestly, I mean, that's I feel like with every passing year, I get more aware of the new releases, but I tend to read backlog stuff. Let me geek out a sec. The other two of Armin Trout's books are parts of connected series, and you're not supposed to read one until after the third book of the other. You probably could, but not ideal.
I already know that because, like, yeah, I was like, oh, well, this is book 5, and I'm like, I only have read book 1, and then the other one, I was like, you're supposed to read that like halfway through the other one. I was like, okay, so that's also like an 8-book journey. Like, that's just.
Oh my gosh. But some on the YA list were not even on my radar. Didn't hear much about this year. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's kind of crazy, especially when you start looking at titles and you're like, I haven't heard of this, or you're surprised that you have heard of one. And you're like, oh yeah, I have heard of that, but I didn't realize it was as big as it was to be on the Goodreads list. And it's kind of crazy to think about. I don't know. Like, there are a lot of titles I definitely recognize, but
Yeah.
like I want to say like half of most of the categories, I'm like, I don't know what these books are. Like, I've never heard of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but I'm probably gonna do my tea, and I'm excited to live my best life.
Yes, be excited. You're gonna have fun. It's gonna be a
Now
good
I'm just like, I'm
time.
so excited that Romantasy is on this list. They better keep that. I'm gonna be sad if they take it away.
I feel like it would be really weird if they're at least going to keep it, I would say, for a few years. They can't just have it for 1 year, Romantasy, and then be like, never mind, bye.
Honestly, I can see that leaving now that they put that on there, because like it's become such a big thing anyway. Like,
and I think it actually relieves some fantasy and romance. Like, it allows those categories.
Because, like, I mean, like, yeah, there's other genres, but I feel like that's one of the only ones that like is a solid blend of both. Like, there's not really like thriller romances or like fantasy thriller. Like, you don't see those often, but Romantasy is like pretty common. So I'm like, that's
that's a really common, like you said, a common genre blend. That's like a huge staple that has its own tropes as well, I'm sure, and like just kind of expectations, compared to like other genre blends that just kind of people getting creative. Foxglove being on there made me excited to read it. I loved Belladonna. Well, I know, Rainey. I was about to say, I was like, oh, Rainey was a bit sad that she didn't like it as much as she hoped.
I mean, I considered maybe reading Foxglove still, but then again, I didn't, because so many people said that Foxglove was worse than Belladonna and that they loved Belladonna. And I said, well, if they love Belladonna, there's no hope for me unless I go backwards, and I love Foxglove and hate Belladonna. So.
I just think that the Goodreads is picked by the publishers. Yeah, I mean, if you look at like all of like the publisher names, and I don't know, and of course, like, there's 100% a capitalist venture in the fact that Goodreads and Amazon, this idea of them wanting to sell books, of choosing big titles and everything like that. So like, it's not surprising, unfortunately. So you'd think, I would wonder if like one day, I mean, I don't know Storygraph enough, but I do have a Storygraph. But, yeah, I was gonna say, like, they should do some type of awards in that, especially because they're doing it like they were created kind of for the reader to get away from that kind of marketing angle. So maybe they would allow us to like
where it's all voted on by the readers.
Yeah, we're like, we choose the top 20 list, and then I feel like that would be, I hopefully Storygraph gets into that, because that would be really fun. Oh yeah, and ML and Gigra are also, hi Gigra, thanks for joining. They're in a bit of a communication because Gigra's son is at a music festival, and so they're discussing like LA, since ML is now on like the West Coast and everything like that. Yeah, I do. I will say I have Inkblood Sister Scribe on my shelves, so that makes me intrigued to read that one. And again, most of the books are ones that I either have from the library, like the two I mentioned that I got. I specifically got this one because I thought it looked really fun. I guess it's like a superhero villain, and he works for a cat or something. It looks very funny. So I was hoping that one of these prompts would work for it eventually. And I realized that there was one that my room we did get to, and then I realized that I didn't read it. I read something else, which is fine. Whatever. Let's see here. Are the Goodreads finalists not the highest rated on the site? Is there in their category? I know that like people have said that there's like certain requirements, like you have to have a certain grade point.
Well, you have to have over a 3.5 to even be on it.
Yeah, you have to have at least a 3.5.
I don't know.
Yeah, and I know that they're like, again, this is more kind of speculation, but I've seen a lot of booktubers who analyze it talk about a certain number of votes as well, or a certain number of ratings. Like obviously if a book has like a 4.0 rating, but it only has like, you know, a few thousand people who've read it, compared to, you know, someone that has like tens of thousands of votes or ratings. So I know that like some of that goes into play. And the amount of reads matters too. Yeah. So it's like number of ratings, like people who've marked it up. And I'm sure that there's also partially some kind of algorithm that keeps track of how many lists it's added to, want to read lists, even though it hasn't been read.
Well, has it been a book of the month? Did Good Morning America pick it up as their book club? Like, has it been, have other things picked it up? Like
has it, how easily has it gotten into people's hands? Yeah. So that's a, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I don't know. It would be nice if there was a bit more transparency with how they choose. But I don't know if we would like like the answers that we'd get. And I think that's probably why they aren't super transparent about it. But obviously I think you did say that, and maybe I do remember this, but we used to be able to kind of vote or like, you know, put in our suggestions. And because they got rid of that, you can tell that they're trying to mold.
I mean, not that they necessarily ever took the suggestions.
Oh, that's true.
They were there.
Yeah. At least they were there. You felt like you had a voice, whereas now they're not like even allowing that to be an option. So yeah, but the horror list looks really good. I know that. Yeah, I was gonna say that's making me, because there's a bunch of titles that I've been meaning to read for horror, and I was like, look at all of these. I knew most of the titles on horror, which I'm surprised as the type of reader I am.
Yeah, I did too, and I haven't read a lot of them. If I was to vote right now, in fact, I've only read 2, and I hated one and loved the other. So I guess I would be voting for Black Sheep.
You know what? I wanna read The September House. I've heard good things about that one.
Good and bad about that.
See, I heard that it's more kind of campy horror though too, depending on the type of horror reader you are. Also, there's another one that I saw here. Where is it? Is it The Dead 11 or something? Was that on the list?
I've also heard mixed things about that one.
Yeah, but I feel like I would like that one. So that one looked really good. I don't know. I guess Grady Hendrix, that's not surprising, but I don't think that's for me.
Oh, that's the other one I read that I didn't like. So
yeah, great. Perfect. And I know Mr. Magic, I've heard of that one, but I also heard that was the author of Hyde that people were really disappointed with. So
it was a garbage.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, there's a couple that I'm like, I don't have any interest in. But I think this is a good time for us to end so that we can all return to our lives, maybe go to bed for some of us or get ready. Or I was gonna say, Rainey, I'm not sure if you've got more things you got to get done. If you're gonna read any more.
I do, but I need to go to bed.
Yeah, sounds good. We've got work tomorrow and all of that jazz. But thanks everyone for being here for so long with us. I went for much longer than I planned. I said at least 10 p.m., at least 5 hours, and we've gone for 6.5. So here we are. You've all influenced us. Yeah, thanks everyone for being here. I do appreciate it. Hopefully you all found it really productive. Ro, you're still here. I said good night to you. You must have been pulled in by the conversation. Yeah, thanks everybody. We will be seeing you sometime soon. We've got Get a Clue Readathon sprints like every single day. What are the ones tomorrow? I think Brittany has some. Maybe Meredith?
Brittany always has them Tuesday nights. I don't know if anyone's doing them in the day.
Okay. Sounds good. Be on the Discord or just kind of keep track. And again, you can follow everyone in the description, and then you hopefully should get alerts for when they're live. But okay, we will end the stream here. But yeah, thanks everybody, and thanks Rainey for being here the entire time. Thank you so much. It was so fun. Okay, bye.